There we go. Good morning, good day, good evening, wherever you are. I hope you're having a wonderful time. You can call me Dragon, and it's been a while. I actually have no recollection of how long it's been since I've been active on Twitch, but suffice it to say, I have been busy, very busy actually, working on my game MonsterStone and getting it ready for a Steam release. So yeah, suffice it to say, I've been having issues getting balancing everything from working on the game and then social life and what else you may consider. But I'm back, and there's a couple reasons why streaming was a bit difficult given the last, I would say, month or so at this point. The main reason being that I've been working towards the early access release on Steam, which might as well just share that. So now if you go to Steam and type in MonsterStone, my game does actually appear, and it does have a page with everything that you might be interested in knowing, as well as a little sort of gameplay video to illustrate what it's about and some screenshots and such. And setting up this page took a lot longer than I mean, I did anticipate to set aside a month for it, and I've basically taken a month to do so. Because a few things kept happening, and most importantly, Steam has this review process that just takes, well, a very, very long time before you can release something into early access. Being a one-man show, it means that everything falls onto me having to do all these things. So that is why I haven't been streaming, because I needed to get the game into a state that was ready for a game review so that it could pass through that without any issues. And then I also had to do all the assets for the store page and the library and everything else that comes with it. Because there's a lot of assets that go into making something like this. And they, Steam has, or Valve, I guess, has a lot of specifications that need to be met when it comes to all of those assets. They all have to be specific dimensions and so forth. So that took a lot longer than I anticipated. I also had to make this very brief gameplay trailer that sort of illustrates the core mechanics of the game. Because I did have a trailer before this, but in that one, all the UI elements weren't there for most of the trailer. And Steam explicitly tells you that for this gameplay trailer that you put onto your Steam page, it has to show UI elements in order to get, potential customers an idea of what the game is actually, like how it's played and what it's about. So making like a halfway cinematic trailer where you remove UI just to make the scenery look prettier or whatever is a bad idea, and probably would mean that your page wouldn't go through the review process. But anyways, yeah, it's been a while. So yeah, 12th September is when it's going to be released into early access. So you can go and wishlist it now if you're interested. And then I guess we'll see if the game actually kicks off. When 12 hits, the 12 hits basically. But until then, there's a couple things that I can still work towards, because now that all the sort of behind the scenes stuff is taken care of, I can get back into actually improving the game itself. Some of which I've worked on is like, now that I think, like, I need to think a bit, because the last time I streamed game development, let's go into the development overlay. Oh, and I need to reactivate this. Just make sure this works. Yep. Cool. Well, I usually do have Wise open on my secondary monitor, but I don't really need to touch that anytime soon, I don't think. But not much has changed at face value from the version that was last seen on stream. The options menu hasn't been expanded from what I remember. I don't think so. I don't remember if I implemented anything else after I stopped streaming, essentially. But everything from keybinds and all these settings work, which was very important. Oh, one thing that has been added, which was almost added back then actually, it just wasn't enabled, is a profile selection menu. So now you can actually have, like, you know, multiple saves if you want, by switching the profiles out and then saving on top of them. So that's a feature that I wanted, because only having one save sucks, especially if, like, it gets corrupted, you know? Ideally it would be a system where it makes a backup of your last save, or you have multiple save slots per profile, but yeah, I decided to do it like a profile based system instead. Also, this menu here is something I worked on, or this welcome message, because there's a lot of text here that is semi-dynamic, mainly all these key mappings. So if I take my Xbox controller, for instance, just turn it on and I just move it around, it automatically switches all the inputs into whatever the controller mapping for a controller is. That being said, it's not completely implemented. This is just something for future reference. And I needed this anyway, because if you go in and do changes to your keybinds and say, oh, you want to move around on, I don't know, on the arrow keys, for instance, then it needs to sort of say those keys instead of whatever is in here right now, which is the defaults, right? Because then if you have a different keyboard layout, then this wouldn't really make much sense to you. So yeah, this gets changed out dynamically, and then I also added a section for the version numbering, which instead of using actual version numbers, I'm just using dates. So the date that that build was made essentially is going to be the version numbering. Yeah. And that's also something I can set one place, because it also gets added as an overlay, just for future debugging measures. Other than that, though, there's been bug fixes, basically. I had issues with saving and loading not exactly working as it should. But at this point, it is at a state where I think, or not think, but I haven't encountered any other major or any issues really that seems to be needing to be addressed. There's a lot of small finicky things here and there that needed to be changed, but at least saving and loading now should work as intended, as well as the new game button. Starting a new game had some issues where it didn't reset your some specific values. So say you were like in a loaded game, and this is laggy for a reason. But say you were in a loaded game, or you'd made progress and you would start a new one, all your upgrades were still in effect, even though it didn't tell you that the level was, it was a mess. All that should be fixed though. And this is my test save that I've also is actually the one used for the Steam video right now. And the reason why it's laggy is because there's 5 levels that are bookmarked with a lot of resources present in them. And because I'm running it in the in the Unity editor, it means that everything's getting rendered slightly differently than normal. So all these levels on top of each other are not being rendered if you're actually playing a build of the game, but because it's in the Unity editor, then it kind of does that. So good thing I don't have to test inside Unity with all these levels loaded simultaneously. That would be a fucking nightmare. Right, how do I fucking get back to center? There we go, come on. This is where we need to be. But that is just a very, very brief overview of what this current state of the game is. So content-wise, not really much has changed. The only thing that's changed is that the level modifier now affects all the quests. So if you go to a level with a modifier of 5, the quests are going to require 5 times as many resources from you. Or whichever the task sort of like, however the task is formulated. That's like the only sort of content that has been possible to implement at this current stage. But the next big thing that I need to start working on, which we're going to look at today, is going to be the upgrade system. Because right now, the only stat that you can actually upgrade is the is your click damage, if you will, your harvesting damage. And if I remember correctly, you've got your click strength here. I can't even remember how it works. I just vaguely do recall that it's like in the idle clicker. So one of the things that we need to do is to isolate everything related to stats and make a manager that just does that. It just takes care of all the stats in the game, all your harvesting speeds, amounts, building upgrades, everything that is a stat essentially needs to be managed by that one game object. And then wherever it's needed, we'll then pull it from there instead. That is sort of the idea. Let's just load a game, just do like this. And then take a look and see what we can see. Right. Kind of seem to remember this. So I wouldn't be surprised, because this is basically a list of the 5 different tiers of every single resource type. So that is then connected up with this very simple list here, which is then the amount that you can harvest of each type per click. So there's a lot of 1s here because tiers 2 to 5 are not implemented, only tier 1 is. Both in terms of levels, but in content, but also, you know, the actual upgrades themselves. All these are, as it says, tier 1 upgrades, right? So what I seem to recall it does, it probably takes, like it takes the game object, and then it checks what type is it and what tier is it. And then it takes those 2 sort of variables from the resource and looks up the archetypes. Okay, so what type is it? Is it wood tier 1? Okay, it's wood tier 1. And then it uses that index of this list and then pulls the harvest amount in this case, because that's, you know, the click strength that it needs. And then it applies it and then, you know, carries out the action with that. So everything is in the idle clicker, which means that we'll be should be able to find it in here. It's going to be the first step, figuring out how it's currently working so that I can sort of make an isolated version of that in its own macro, and then whenever I'm doing these interaction checks in the idle clicker, because the idle clicker should just do that, do the interaction checks, right? Then we basically pull the information from the manager, is the idea anyway. So harvestable object. This is like what happens when you click on something that can be harvested. Yeah, so set click strength. We get the list of the archetypes. And we go through it. We take every single item and then check if the target game object, which is what you're looking at with your mouse, if its idle resource archetypes is equal to whatever it finds in that list, it continues onwards and sets the click strength. I could probably optimize this by actually breaking the loop so that in case it finds this, then it actually stops iterating through the rest of the loop, because there's no reason to. Not that that really should matter much, because it still needs to be able to run in worst case scenario where it has to go to the bottom of the list, right? But yeah, we basically compare what are we looking at, and then based off of one list, then use that index to find the appropriate variable for in another list. So yeah, we get from the harvest archetypes amount list, essentially, that indexed number, and then set our click strength to be that as a temporary variable. And then once this loop is done, we calculate how much we are actually collecting from this resource. But we do want to clamp it, because we do have like a variable that stores how many resources are left in like say a tree or something. And we don't want you to be able to say like have a click strength of 300 on a tree that has 16 resources and then still get 300 resources, we only want you to get the amount of resources that are actually there. So that's why we clamp the value. This is where we just take the click strength, apply that, and compare it like basically in relation to how many resources are left, and we subtract that. The next step being here, first it goes down, and I think this is like all just, yeah, so this is like us dealing damage to something and then collecting the resources. And it's a bit like I made some changes here, some optimizations since I stopped streaming, where I'm now reusing some assets, meaning the damage pop-up numbers that you see before, I was destroying them, like they were destroying themselves whenever they would finish their pop-up and then animating. But now I'm putting them into a list instead and storing them so that if there is a game object in that list of, that obviously would be a damage pop-up, then instead of instantiating a new copy of this prefab, we just reuse what's essentially being stored in memory. And they don't get rendered, because as soon as they are no longer doing the effect, they automatically disable themselves and move them in and out of a certain hierarchy in order to or in and out of the list based on all this logic and stuff. And every time like we want to do all these animations to them, so we need to set like the position, we need to reset their animation, what else. And then we check, because it all goes through here until eventually we set the damage pop-up text, and then it exits out of there. So the next step here is going through the list of all the resources that we have accumulated, because we need to figure out if we basically already have in that list and an instance of that resource. So say like it's the first time you collect pine wood. Well, in that case, we don't have pine wood in our inventory, and then we need to set this flag to false, because if it doesn't contain said item, we need to make a instantiate one, right? But in the case that it does contain pine wood already, we don't want to have another entry for pine wood, but rather just increment how much we have. So that's what this over here does. And that's literally all the logic down here. This is adding the resources to your list. So the big question is gonna be if I should continue to just have all this logic here to save time, and then just calculate the harvesting amount, because that's all we need here, right? We just need to would need to set the click strength. We can keep that in idle clicker variables, but then the logic by which we change that variable needs to be fetching information from somewhere else, essentially, which is in the manager instead. Which won't be too much different from what we're already having, but instead of it being idle clicker variables, harvest archetypes amount get, then it would be like the stats managers. Like we would basically need to have a stats manager and then pull that list from that manager, which means in idle clicker all we'll need is a reference to the manager, instead of having in the script make like lists for every single variable for our stats that we want to implement. So say we want to implement a stat that keeps track of a harvest type amount percentage on top of just the flat value. Say like, oh, an item that you can equip will give you 10% increased harvest amount, which you know is going to be much stronger and more effective than just flat out incrementing it. Well, then we just need to add that into a mathematical formula for the multiplication and all that. Or adding, like, if we have multiple sources for the percentages, we also need to add those together somewhere. And that's some of the stuff I need to figure out exactly how I want to do, because like say we have an upgrade that increases the percentage of how many resources you harvest, but requires more rare resources to upgrade. But then you also have you can also have an item or two separate items actually that maybe increase the amount by a percentage whilst they're equipped, but only whilst they're equipped. Then all of a sudden we have 3 different sources for a percentage, which means that we have like a conditional setup where sometimes there's only like one source, sometimes there's more, and it needs to be flexible enough to handle all these various sources and then add them together before any calculation ends up happening, essentially. So the big question is how to pull that off. It's going to be a really good question, but I guess the best place to start is to actually make the manager as a baseline, I suppose. And I just think we are going to call that stats manager. I was contemplating on doing it as like an upgrades manager, but I mean, stats manager is a bit more generic, which, you know, would also include things that are not specifically upgrades, like items, or if I make like some kind of, say, ascension system, which I've been thinking about on how I want to do. Stuff like that, basically, you know, is not explicitly, like, it's an upgrade, but in a different kind of way. So, you know, just wanting to be a bit more generic about it. Anyway, we'll need 2 things for this. So we'll need a script, and we'll need a macro. If we go into macros, and we just create through bolt a flow macro, and we call you stats space manager. Can I just add it like this? No. Okay. You need to do like this first. And then we also need to create a script that goes along with it. Stats manager in one word, camel case, or however that's said. I think it's called camel case, isn't it? Generate that script for me. Yeah, it's all good. Cool. So let's see. So what was it called again? It was like the archetypes and stuff, harvest archetypes and harvest archetypes amount. Right, one word probably. Oh, harvest archetypes. There we go. Yeah, so we'll want these. This is going to be one of those scripts again that's just going to contain the variables, right? It's usually what I do with this game, but we want to change the name of this. This is... I could say flat amount, like specifically, but I think it's okay to just call it amount and then add a percentage. Just trying to think on how to calculate the percentages. I guess one way to do it is for every single case where percentages could be involved, to iterate through a loop, check if a certain percentage is affected, and then compare it, like if there's percentages involved, which would also be tied to an archetype. So that way you basically get the index for where in the list of percentages it needs to be added or subtracted. I don't think there would be any issue doing it with adding and subtracting, because I could do it so that every time any of the states or places where percentages could be affected changes, like the state changes, say like you equip or unequip an item or you upgrade something, then it could just run all the calculations for summing up all the percentages. The question is if that's a good idea to do it like every time, or if I can get away with just say, oh, you equip this item, then go through all the stats on the item and then add them to where they need to be, only for that item and not everything, you know? And then simultaneously say you unequip it, then it does the same in reverse, then it subtracts it. The only issue is that if I don't do this properly, you can you would, you know, it opens up the possibility for exploits where you could just like fiddle around with UI elements, unequipping, equipping stuff in a certain order, and if it's not programmed properly, then you can just repeatedly stack things on top of each other and trick the game. That's something I want to avoid, at least. But I think that would be okay. I'm also thinking about what other stats we can already make the lists for while we're at it. Because there's also the auto harvest archetypes amount. Because I do have the auto harvesters in there. Similarly to that, we would also want an auto harvest archetypes amount percentage. So that kind of makes sense. I mean, everywhere that we're adding a flat value, there's also going to be a percentage that we might want to use once, or I would want to implement. For auto harvesters, this is additional stat though. Auto harvest archetypes. No, it wouldn't even be archetype speed. It would just be harvest speed. Because all the auto harvesters have like a harvesting speed at the moment. Trying to think. Because right now the auto harvesters just have like a 2-second cooldown or something before every time they harvest resources. And I mean, you can only go so far down in like, you can only make it so fast before it's like, you know, once every micro nanosecond or something like that. There's a limit to how fast you can make it, essentially. Which is one of the reasons why I'm not exactly sure on how I want to implement speed. It's gotta be a value for sure. The only question is how to implement it. I'm trying to think back on what I was thinking or trying to come up with. So one thing I could do is like say, oh, after certain milestones or something like that, you can do like one-off upgrades that speed them up. So initially like they're slow, and then eventually as you progress through the game, at some point you'll have unlocked every single upgrade, which would be finite on how to like speed them up. But that, you know, that's not fun in the long run because you run out of things to upgrade there. So then why even have it as an upgrade if it's going to be finite? Given how the rest of the game works, most importantly. Alternatively, it could be a thing that every time you upgrade the harvest amount, it slows them down by a certain amount too. So that, yes, you're harvesting more, but it also gradually makes it slower, so that you kind of have to balance these two upgrades out so that it doesn't take like, you know, several minutes in order to harvest, even though it might harvest a lot at one time, you know? But that's for the auto harvest. I can always think about how to implement this when, you know, we're further along. So let's just take it as it is. And all these are going to be floats anyway, because percentage is going to be given in like, you know, 1 point whatevers. And other things we need would be processing buildings and What was the other type calling in? I call them processing buildings and passive generation buildings, I think. I do want to get the naming of that correct though. We'll just have to look it up. Just trying to think what's the fastest way to do that though. Since this level is always my go-to because it has both. So processing building. Yes, and then it's a generate building. Okay. So processing building speed. I know that is definitely a stat that we need. I do not know if I also want processing building amount. We could do that, you know, just as like an option. I mean, it's a matter of I need to figure out enough ways or interesting ways, or rather meaningful ways, or whatever you want to call it, to spend your resources. Like there needs to be something to spend the resources on, which the game is lacking in terms of that at the moment, since I think 60% of the resource, or half of them, or maybe even, I don't know exactly how much, but there's a good amount of them that are not used for literally anything in the game. They're just there for like completeness sake. Would be kind of silly to implement mobs that don't drop something after all, right? And just like with processing building speed, we can also do a generate building speed and amount. I am speed. Let's also make one for percentages. I've been wanting to do an overhaul of the upgrade system for so long. This is like the stuff that I find, you know, the most fun to make. Because this is where you can actually, like, you know, start expanding the actual gameplay. But, you know, sound and music was very important to get into the game, as well as the ability to keybind and set your graphics settings from within the game too. And it was like a matter of, well, I could wait with doing graphics settings, like an options menu and all that stuff, until much later and focus on game mechanics now. But the thing is, if I did it now, it meant that I wouldn't need to touch it ever again, which is what I ended up going with. Because I would rather be able to just spend the next long while developing the actual game content, now that all the core systems and backbone of the game has sort of been implemented. Because it also gave me time to like bug test some of the already existing core systems in the game, which, you know, there were some really silly ones, like when I was storing levels, they were actually being stored on top of them, the main level, instead of below. So I noticed that when you loaded this level in a specific way, for instance, all the shadows would disappear. The reason wasn't because the shadows disappeared, it was because there was a fucking floating island of a level literally on top of it that was just casting its uniform shadow across the whole thing. So even though there was a sun in the level, you know, all these shadows that were on these objects weren't appearing because the actual sunlight itself was not passing through. So it was just like getting this flat shadow effect and making the whole level really dark. The only reason I even noticed that was because I implemented what's it called? The light adjustment thingy. Very descriptive, I know. Basically, when you're stepping from light into dark, your eyes normally adapt, and vice versa. So there's like a visual effect you can implement for that. And I was noticing it wasn't being consistent depending on how I progressed through levels and loaded them and such. And then I found out it's because the lighting changed, since in some cases when you loaded the level or a game, there was a level on top of you essentially. It was not the best. Not the best at all. Okay. So trying to think if there's any other settings at first glance that we really need to care about. Oh, there's one thing I could think of. Though that would also be a finite upgrade. It's related to the auto harvesters again. And that would be size. Since the auto harvesters consist of a sphere, like a spherical area in which they collect resources or deal damage to enemies, if I add a size variable or stat, I could make it so that the actual size of that sphere depends on your upgrades too. So essentially when you're starting out, the size could be fairly small, and then you could upgrade it up to a point where it gets, you know, to a maximum size essentially. Which would be cool. I mean, for the auto harvest speed and size, I could do stuff like, oh, it requires really specific rare materials or something like that. The only issue with that approach is that if those resources are only used for these upgrades, then those resources also lose, you know, their importance once you've done those upgrades. But you can still continue to harvest them, so they just become pointless, you know? And that's something I also need to avoid. Adding, or having, not adding, but, you know, having resources that are never going to be used. Right now I have resources that are implemented that aren't being used, but are going to be used. Of course, I can always make a quest that requires those specific resources, but I would rather, you know, have some kind of game mechanic that runningly requires you to think about or consider using those resources on those mechanics, which, you know, the upgrades exactly sort of fill that gap. What else could we think of? I mean, you could implement a luck stat in theory. Because the way that when you break a rock or a tree and it sometimes drops those secondary resources, those are based off a, you know, percentage chance of it happening. So in theory, it's possible to implement a luck stat that increases the odds of getting rare resources by just a flat amount, so to speak. Like, it's still a percentage that gets added onto, but it would just be like uniformly to all the secondary resources. So say there's a resource that's only like a 10% chance of dropping, and you get a total of 10% increase, then it should be like, you know, 20%, with how I would like to implement it at least. But then say you have something that's already like a 95% chance of dropping, then it just rounds it off to 100, you know? I actually don't know what happened. How would that even work? I'm just curious real quick how this works again. Because this is like, are there any resources left in the target game object? I.e., do we want to destroy them? Create the destruction particle effects, and then here we want to spawn the secondary resources. So it generates a number between 0 and 100. And then if the number is greater, so if the chance is greater or equal to whatever number this is, then it continues and generates the resource. So say you have a 200% chance of generating secondary resources. It shouldn't break this because it's still above whatever number it can spit out here. Well, or equal. That means any number over 100 is just overflow, but I would be able to just add or subtract that percentage. So like in this calculation, essentially, I'll get the resource chance from the type of resource that it needs to generate, and then just add onto any stat that I then have in the stats manager. Could put it in. No, where do we want to put this? Because I want these lists to be sort of organized too. Here, maybe. Secondary resource chance offset. Because I guess it could be both ways now that I think about it. I mean, no one says that items stats always have to be positive either, right? I could technically have a stat that, for instance, on an item decreases the size of, say, you know, your auto harvesters or something, but then it gives you something else in return, so there's like a trade-off. Just to give more variation into the item stats. Because the way that items are supposed to work right now, at least, is that they can be added like in any way that you can add secondary resources, but they are intended to be added into treasure chests, meaning that, oh, you complete a quest and you get a treasure chest, there's a chance that there might be you know, an artifact inside. And then depending on the level's modifier value and the rarity of the chest and some other factors, it then rolls a random item that then gets these various modifiers on it based off of the conditions for the level, quest, and everything else that might be applicable. And I can also make it so that certain levels have treasure chests just sitting around with items in them. Sort of giving you an incentive to go to high modifiers and continue completing levels in order to get these items. Don't know exactly how that will work out with some of these stats though. Because again, like this chance offset, eventually you would hit the cap, right? Because even taking everything into consideration, like a chance offset of, say, increased 100%, then, you know, it doesn't matter what secondary resource we're talking about, it would always generate regardless. Even though there's nothing that's going to have, you know, 0% chance of generating, because that would just be silly. Although, technically I could do that, so that you're required to have that stat in order to get the secondary resources, but That might be a bit too convoluted, because how would you know that? Like, you wouldn't know until you experimented and explored around, I guess. That could be interesting. Especially because it doesn't have to be, you know, the only way of getting those secondary. Well, no, actually, it does have to. I was thinking that you could make it so that resources, prefabs, and then in here we should have the secondary resources. There, tier 1. So like, I go into this one, it should say the chance here is like 10% chance of generating an emerald. So what that means is that for every resource type in the game, I have a scriptable object that contains all the information required when generating these. So that's where you get like how many you generate, what the chances, and stuff like textures for the tooltip, as well as some information on the folder location, which is important when loading the game. And I've got this one as well. This is also how I sort all of them. So every single resource has like a I wonder if that should be on my, yeah. This is how it works. This is how the sorting works right now. Every single resource basically has an archetype, and then it gets sorted according to a letter in the alphabet. Don't remember why I have this note in here. But yeah, that's how I make it so that logs and coins and stone and stuff like that isn't at the top, but let's use stuff might be like further down the list. And that's just what that sort priority does. And this is also where, like, this is very generically set up so that any resource can have like a processing cost type and amount, meaning, okay, what other resources, which are, you know, this is a list of other scriptable objects of itself, based like its own type. So if I put like, oh, I don't know, granite in here, and I say, oh, you need 100 granite, then as a baseline, 100 granite is going to give you how much, like, you know, generate yield or whatever, or processing yield, sorry. So 1 emerald or 1,000, that's all up to you. So like this is fairly well working, at least, but yeah, all that information just gets pulled off of these scriptable objects, and that means that if I want to adjust the chance, it's gonna be uniformly across every single thing, essentially. So it's not like I can say, have an override at the moment anywhere that says, oh, this specific level can yield you emeralds at a higher rate, for instance, simply because it being that level or it being that source of emeralds. That's not a thing I can do. Since all of these since how scriptable objects work, all of these variables are set in stone, meaning that you don't change these runtime, because if you change this runtime, it changes it for all instances of emerald across the entire game. So unless you were to make like a local copy and do some black voodoo magic, but then you would kind of start losing the benefits, so to speak, of this system. I am thinking about something though. Ooh. I don't remember how it exactly works, but it might actually be possible to just duplicate this emerald and then set separate resource chance for that one, and then say like, oh, like just call the scriptable object emerald high yield or high chance, low chance, or whatever you may call it, and then use that. Like keep all the rest of the stats the same, but then just change the percentage of that one. That could get messy really quickly though. But that way you can have a separate instance of it. Since I'm pretty sure that when you add the resources to your inventory, it doesn't care about any of this, because it doesn't store the information as an idle resource scriptable object. I don't think so, at least. No, let's just check it real quick. Because I'm pretty sure it just pulls the information off of here for what it needs to put into this resource list that it generates. So if like the resource name is the same, when it checks whether or not you already have a set resource in your list, then it doesn't, you know, add it again. So as long as the critical information is the same, it doesn't create duplicates, right? Oh, speaking of duplicates, oops. Doesn't matter. So resource element template. Okay, never mind. It does do that. It does keep a reference to the idle element resource. Crap. Trying to think how you would be able to pull it off, maybe. Just want to think about stuff like this before like going into actually implementing any stat space systems. So like on our tree here, for instance, let's see, what do we have? We have the idle resource, which is the primary one it generates, and then the secondary ones. I suppose it's possible that I could implement like in here an override. So like say a secondary resource chance override as a separate list that then on a would allow me so that if I want to have like enriched pine tree, let's just say, that it has like a 10% or 20% higher chance of yielding those resources, I could totally do that. Just to like, I can make another tree that has like multiple drops of branches, because then it triggers the chances multiple times, you know? But I could do that. Because then it could take the stat from here, like the target, mind you, when it calculates the chance in idle clicker, essentially. Because that's, again, where all this was taking place, right? In here. So if we... if we were to destroy the thing and spawn the secondary resources, then instead of just getting the resource chance, then we also need to add the offset from same set resource if one exists at the same index, I guess. Oh, okay, right, yeah, because we're going through every single secondary resource on that target object. Yeah, so we take the chance and then we need to get idle resource manager at index, because that would be a list, and then add that together so that if it's a negative, then it adds a negative value and then subtract it instead. Because it doesn't matter here if it's like -10 either. Because this statement would still carry through. Because it still has to be greater or equal. And if this is 0 and this is -10, then it's still like not possible. So basically say a level which has like highly depleted resources or something instead. So that you would actually need the modifier in order to be like fairly high in order to even get anything secondary out of them to begin with. I don't know. I guess that could be interesting, because then you could have resources that are highly depleted, but then that level has like one particular type of resource that's in high abundance or something. That's a trade-off. So you can sort of like mix it up a little bit, so that a level that has pine trees is a bad example because it's, you know, a very basic resource, but let's just play along here. So you have one level with all the pine trees and all the granite and everything, which multiple levels currently do. Well, the only thing that really varies between the levels, apart from the layout, is how many of each resource, like tree and rock, I put in there, right? So if I want to have a level that's more abundant in stone than pine trees, but still like have those specifically be present, then I just make a level design that has more of either of them, you know? So maybe like going through the effort of making enriched and like low density or whatever you want to call it resources might not be worth it at the moment. Could be fun to implement, but it doesn't seem like something I need to really worry about, regardless in terms of what I need to implement right now. So for the time being, I think it's okay to just continue onwards. Also need to open up idle clicker variables because we need to get that reference. Bump. Do I have anything here? Ah, shit. Because this script is still a bit of a mess. And I've been meaning to like gradually like sort of organize it a little bit better. What it truly needs though is a lot of code refactoring. But I can't really justify doing that at this point. So this we call resources management or harvesting. Don't really know if there's much sense in making like a specific label for it, because click strength is one value that's gonna be there, but well, I guess we also have all the contains stuff here, which this is where we add the resources to the list. And that's where, you know, if I did a lot of code refactoring, I would also separate the actual management of your resources into a resources manager and then just reference that in the idle clicker again. And we would need a reference to a game object. We call you resource manager, stats manager, sorry. Stats manager. Very straightforward. For now, I'm just going to keep the lists in here because I don't want to break the game until I absolutely have to. Good thing is the build that's going to be has been reviewed on Steam right now. Is like, you know, it's built and it's playable and everything. So even if I break something locally, it's not going to affect that, right? So that's also why it was so important for me to get that to as stable as a point as possible before I moved on, because I knew that once I start working on this, for instance, it'll be a little while before the game is going to behave as it's supposed to. So I didn't want to sit in a situation where I suddenly need to have like a build ready, say, in like 2 days time, but the game is in an unplayable state, and it would take more time to just revert things temporarily to a playable state just to do that. Now I do have version control with Git and everything, but I really don't want to have to mess with going back to previous versions if I can fucking help it. Just because sometimes that can open up a can of worms of new issues that I just don't want to deal with. But yeah, let's generate the unit options and then see about getting some of this stuff maybe implemented today. Yeah, I can see even the items. I do have the equip slots and items stored here. All that needs to be moved to an item manager as well. So I think the way I'm gonna do this moving forward is that if there is room for it, like say I need to extend something to be more advanced than it currently is, and it's something that could do with code refactoring, like namely from the idle clicker, which, let's be real here, a lot of the stuff happens in here. Well, I don't see why I can't do the code refactoring whilst I'm at it then. Especially because, fortunately at least, I guess, a lot of the stuff that I have done in the idle clicker is made to a point in a way that it can be separated fairly easily without too much hassle. It's just that it's gonna take time, and it would be time not spent like actually, you know, making the game more fun. So all right, so stats manager, we need to add the stats manager script, and it's gonna look really lovely with all these drop down lists here. Well, first things first, I guess, since we already have this list, can I no. Is there really no way I can damn. Okie dokie. So we need 30 entries. I need to basically copy this over. Well, that sucks. Oh, and this needs to be a list of strings. Oops. Oh, it already is. Oops. I'm just being a doof. So naming convention is just wood, mineral, crystal, herb, fish, creature. Mineral, crystal, herb. Not herb. Just herb. Herb. And then we had what? Remaining, we have fish and creature. Good, so all those are the archetypes. And what else? Is this... Okay, so this amount list is not instantiated or initialized to anything. Okay. The only thing I need to figure out right now is the auto harvesters, because the auto harvesters do not they do not distinguish between archetypes or tiers specifically. There's just the wood harvester, stone harvester, etc. at the moment anyway. But I could still make it so. Yeah. I think, at least. Yeah, I think so. Because it's just a matter of, oh, there's a wood harvester, but then it just needs to get the variables for wood 1 to 5, essentially, in this list. And it whenever it deals damage, it would check, oh, is this wood 1, 2, 3, 4, or 5? And then for each resource that it wants to deal, like harvest, then it does what I just went through. It's just that it does it all for all the resources in its vicinity all at once. And things like the size and such.
Hey, listen!
Uh-oh.
We got your favorite thing! Disappointment!
Who do we have?
Nerd. You're a fucking nerd. Nerd. You're a fucking nerd.
It's been a while.
No one likes you. No one likes you.
Is that a Toto? It is a Toto. Hey there, how you doing? Yeah, and the infinite can is back too. It's not just me. It's like, wow. Did you really, did you feel the need to blow off some steam real quick? Just because it's been so long. Ay, ay, ay. Hope you're doing well, Toto. Yes. Hmm. Ay, ay, ay. Yeah, well, I'm working on my game today, of course. Getting this stats manager for upgrades implemented. Shouldn't be too big of a deal. So let's see here. There's a couple ways I can go about doing this now. Because this might be the point where we want to delete the lists within idle clicker variables. These two. Because if I do that, it shows up in red in all my bolt macros wherever those variables are present. Which, ironically, is exactly what we want. Because I need to find all the instances and replace it with the reference to the stats manager instead. So this is gonna be fun, because now I'm deliberately breaking my game. Oh, yeah. Also, we should probably add the reference to the stats manager here. This one. This one. Okay, so there. Yeah, this is now what's going to happen. All these cases are going to be in red. Okay, so what we want to do, just update unit options for good measure, because we did just change the script. And then we just need to pull the list that I just deleted from idle clicker itself from the stats manager reference, because that's where they're gonna live now. And that means that we'll have to go through and add those lists essentially to wherever we're harvesting stuff, wherever we're upgrading the stats, and wherever we're saving or loading those stats to. From the top of my head, at least, that's what I can think of. And they're going to be in all kinds of nicely hidden away places in the idle clicker flow macro, but that's going to be fine. Just going to take a little while to figure out. I mean, it's going to be pretty easy to figure out if it works too, because it's just a matter of playing the game, right? Saving and loading, essentially. If you can't save or load the game because it gets stuck, yeah, then that will probably be where we need to change things. And it would show up in red too. God, this takes so long. I wonder if it's because it's the idle clicker that we're changing and there's just so many variables in there. Well, because there's just so much. I mean, fucking thousands of lines of code. A couple thousand lines of code. Which isn't really code, it's just like, it's literally just variables. All of this, just variable in like entries. All right, we're done with that. So, idle clicker, and we need the stats manager. Just need that to be get. So that means that if we do, because we do have the exact same naming, stats manager harvest archetypes. Get that. So literally all we have to do is just hook that game object reference where that list is now stored instead, and then plug that in instead of the other cases. So stats manager harvest types, and then the amount. Let's just first make it so that everything is working. And then we can take a look at like actually implementing other upgrades. Because we also need to actually make the upgrades themselves for the upgrades menu. Since without that, you know, without the ability to upgrade stuff, there's no way we can test it either. Makes pretty logical sense, right? So that should be the click strength. And it shouldn't... Yeah, it doesn't matter anywhere else because it's literally just the only stat that has been implemented, at least fortunately so far, is the manual harvesting speed. So I don't have to go and check the auto harvesters. I don't have to check any other place than just anything that relates to manual harvesting. Save and load. Oh boy, this is gonna be a fun one. So saving, loading upgrades. Yeah, this is where I figured there would be something. Plug that in. Might actually even be able to just say amount. Harvest archetypes amount stats manager. Cool. No biggie. What do we have up here? Upgrade type, upgrade level. Right. So this is at least for the saving and loading part. I don't think there's anything else that needs to be changed here. At the top of my head. Bump. However, do need to check the upgrades. So which one of you would that be? Upgrades menu UI. Got a list, and this is one of those really long lists because it does. I already have the entries for all the tiers because I was doing that just as a test at some point. Obviously not implemented, but you know. Question is though, is it here? Upgrade element templates. We have button interaction script and what else? Upgrade elements. Okay. Aha. Here we got the red stuff. And my voice is dying. But here we have the archetypes, so... Question is, do I want to do it like this? Upgrade element. Variables. And they have the idle clicker reference there. It would probably be fine to just do it this way. I was contemplating whether or not I wanted to have a direct reference to the stats manager or if I should just get it through the idle clicker, which is already referenced on all these instances. since it only does it once every time that you actually upgrade something. And it's just a single get. It's not like, you know, a list iteration or anything like that. So it literally only does it once for every time I click a button, right? So not super bad. Like thinking performance here. So we get the idle clicker, which has a reference to the stats manager, which has the actual list. Harvest, archetype, mount. Other than that, you can see that it's literally just the same though. The only difference being that we have to go an extra step in order to access the variable that we're interested in. Other than that, even the structure of the bolt macro here is set up in a similar way. There we go. And see, if I really wanted to go all really far on this, I could make this harmonized so that it's all taken care of in like a separate flow macro, and then I just call an event to it that then feeds whatever information along with it that it needs. Because right now, of course, the issue is that if I want to expand upon the logic of certain things, like well, actually no, wait, this is the upgrade system. Why is that even relevant? In this case it doesn't really matter, but I do have some instances where I'm writing the same code almost twice, except one of them has like extra conditions. And it would be better to just have that code written in one place and then do an override for those conditions instead. And then use events to essentially make that happen properly. But that would require a lot of code refactoring. Since I didn't do that from the beginning, use events, that is. Which, you know, in hindsight, would have been way, way better. We're here now. So let me just check what it actually does.
What is best in life? To crush your enemies, see them driven before you, and to hear the lamentation of their women.
All right, Conan. Thanks. Thanks for reminding me that. But yeah, this is where we have to maybe look into something. Because this says, does this upgrade affect amount? And then I check the upgrade type. And then if the type is an amount upgrade, then we do all this logic essentially. And then once we're done with that logic, it updates the cost overview. Okay, which is basically just, oh, how much is the next upgrade gonna cost? So it's just gonna update the cost that it actually shows. Just trying to think if this is a good way of continuing to do this. Because if I want to continue doing it this way, we would essentially be copying a lot of this logic. Although...
Oh shit, here we go again.
No, it's not that bad. Although all this up here is just the upgrade cost being updated. The only thing that is actually like calculating the actual upgrade itself is just this. Thankfully, we just initially check if we have enough resources to carry out whichever upgrade it is, and then we just check what type it is so that the right stats get affected. What else? Idle upgrade scriptable object upgrade type. Okay, so I did do this with scriptable objects. Hey, Mygoff, I remember your name. It's been a while. At least I seem to remember your name. Been a while since I've been streaming, so pardon if I don't remember everything. And everyone, that too. Blast from the past. Well, thanks for dropping by. Very much appreciated. We're looking at some upgrades today, trying to expand the upgrade system of my game. Thanks for the lurk there, Toto. Get some rest, I guess. Enough Fallout 76 for one day. Okay, so I have these scriptable objects, it seems, where I can put in percentage instead of amount, for instance. The question is that good enough? Because I need to differentiate amount between manual and auto one, as well as processing and generate amount. Maybe I should just use the naming conventions of the actual variables lists. Here. I think that might be a good call. I did the same for the settings menu, so why not reuse that logic? Well, why don't we change these as we are already in here anyway. Mostly great except when you break it and all hell is loose. Yeah, tell me about it. It's even worse with Bolt because if you want to change the name of a already established variable, you have to replace every single instance of it manually with the new version. It doesn't just inherently change the name of the node already. So say I were to change Stats Manager to, I don't know, Upgrades Manager instead, then I'd have to find every single instance of this this node in across all my macros and manually replace it with a new one. That's the only thing that really sucks about using visual programming. Or it's one of those things that suck the most, rather. So what is this called? Might also have to change the names of the actual upgrades themselves, because they were called like tier 1 creature part harvesting amount, so it doesn't say manual. Oh, right, it doesn't do that here either. Yeah, because I put the auto in front of harvest. Okay. That just means that if it doesn't say auto in front, then it's just inferred that it's manual. Mineral wood. This is creature part harvesting amount. Why does that? Okay, that's gonna bother me if I don't change that. No reason for it to have part in there. Creature. Even though you're technically dealing damage, but that's unimportant. So that means we need to take this harvest archetypes amount, go into our flow macro. Here it is. Right. There's only one thing I need to check next then. Because I forgot about that. We do have a harvestable object here, which we've already changed to accommodate the new location of those lists. But I forgot about the monster slayer, or like attacking enemy. Yep, there it is. So we definitely need to do that in here too. Then we need the new reference harvest archetype mount. But yeah, the whole stat system really just needs this overhaul. So whilst I'm at it, I'm also separating all the references to the stats to a stats manager so that the idle clicker doesn't get even more bloated than it already is. Anyways, there is one thing I need to figure out though, and that is where is it? Calculate damage, I guess. Okay, so set click strength. Get the list. Oh. Resistance? Wait a minute. I don't remember this. Was I intending to implement a damage type to enemies? Fuck. This is something I haven't quite considered. This might be one of those things I was trying to... What does this even do? Hold on. So we take the harvest archetype. Resistance archetype. Should have the enemies in this somewhere. Idle enemies. So if we just take these, what does it say? Resistance archetype. Okay, so that's just creature 1 through 5. So it's just like what tier they are. Okay, figured. Hey Rage King, what game am I making? Oh, that's pretty straightforward. You can just type in exclamation point MonsterStone and check it out if you're curious. Should be fairly self-explanatory. It's just well, but the game focused around exploration, harvesting resources, upgrading your tools, and completing quests. Mm. Yeah, so we just find what tier it is, because we need to figure out from the list of archetypes which tier it is, so that we can get the right damage stat. So we get the resistance type, and then if it's true, then we set the temporary click strength equals to the harvest archetype amount that fits the index of the archetype from that enemy. Yep, pretty much build it myself. Well, I mean, you know, there are some instances where I'm using like assets from the Unity asset store for stuff like, oh, rebinding your keys as an instance. But in terms of visuals, I mean, most of everything is made by myself. And of course, all the game functionality is also made by myself. Harvest archetypes amount stats manager. Okay. Yeah, so we're just getting that new value here. That means I shouldn't have to worry about anything else. Well, until we want to add like percentages or some weird stuff. Yeah, and then we just deal damage to it. Cool. So far, so good. The only thing I really needed to check was within these upgrades. Whether or not the name of the actual upgrade itself mattered, but I think that's just for my own sanity's sake. Because there's going to be a lot of scriptable objects. Bump, bump, bump. Do I need to do anything else at the moment is what I'm thinking. Because we have all this so far, and if it's nothing else needs changing, we could quickly just test out and see if the harvesting works now still. Just using this new reference. Alright, let's just do it and just see what happens. Oh fuck, I should probably have closed that menu. Nah, doesn't matter. Shouldn't matter. Yeah, figured it would close it down automatically. Because I was smart and I made like development tools for myself. Uh-oh. Fuck. Really? Well, that didn't take long. Huh. Missing input value for collection. So that must be up here because new game. Oh, even the general variables. Yeah. Oh, right. Damn it. I'm lazy. Give me a sec. Actually, wait. Should do like this. I will need both, won't I? This is the amount list. Yep. Yeah, this basically just forgot about this. This is what initializes the list with the default upgrade values. So for amount, that would be, you know, 1, because the very minimum amount you can harvest is 1 resource. But because the references to the lists in here are broken, obviously, then it doesn't do that. I have a weird suspicion, if I remember correctly, it's probably also needing to reset some lists in here, yeah. Nothing up there, but down here we have it. So that is the amount, yeah, okay. Just plug those in. I think that should be fine, he says. Doesn't seem like anything else would be red. Let's just try and restart it and see if it works now. What's happening with this fucking blanket that I have? Better. Hey, what do you know? The new game button works. Nothing in the console. No, it's a Monster energy drink. I'm not really a big fan of Red Bull. Yes. Go for this. Because we need our workshop. New Monster Nitro? What's it called? Or is that just what it's called? Wait, is that the... Hold on. Can I just like... Oh, God damn it. Come on. I'm of legal age. I'm gonna take a wild guess here. Nope. I have not seen those anyway yet. What flavor is it? Super dry. What the fuck does that even mean? No, I haven't seen those anyway yet. Not that I can think of anyway. Well, seems like this is at least working. If we go into archetypes and mount, we should have some 2s in here. There and there. Cool. Which correspond with wood 1 and mineral 1. Lime flavor. Might not be my kind of energy drink then. I'm not a big fan of lime. Or anything like sour in energy drinks, at least. Oh, okay. Rema 1000 didn't really have them last yesterday when I checked. But then again, they also tend to not have a great supply of the latest energy drinks, for Monster at least. For some reason, they keep running out of Pipeline Punch. It's just the only reason why I drink this one, which is the specific punch one, which I don't like as much, but it, you know, it'll do. I'll keep an eye out on it, out for it. If I go to a Vertex, I'm pretty sure I'd be able to find one. Okay. How do we want to do this? So the way this upgrade menu is set up is that if I add more upgrades, it just adds them as like a grid pattern. So the question is, do I want to separate manual wood cutting from auto wood cutting from wood processing from wood generation? Or do I want to have everything tier 1 wood related in the same thing? Don't have a Rayma in walking distance yet? Alright. Yeah, it's really weird with them and the pipeline punch specifically. They used to have them in stock very regularly, but then like it was like slightly over a year ago, I would think to say, they just stopped shelving them consistently. But then occasionally they would just get a huge shipment in, and then that would be the only Monster Energy drink they would be selling, essentially. So much so that they just had like pallets of them just stacked out at the front entrance too, like that much. And then when they ran out, they just wouldn't restock it. Like, what? Is this like a kind of supply and demand situation here, or what's going on? So instead of consistently having them in stock, they just only sometimes have them. Like, as if they run out of it. Which is not, you know, impossible. Okay, let's try and make a upgrade for... Oof. Idle upgrades tier 1 is all in here, so... Tier 1... Let's do it for the auto harvester. Tier 1 wood auto harvesting amount upgrade. Oh, fuck. Think. Yeah, I managed to change the name of the wrong one. Let's just correct that. What the fuck? I got a phone call. Alrighty, I am back. Sorry about that little interruption. Let's get you guys up here again. So that was a phone call. Well, I don't wrote that, but it was a phone call from the guy who was teaching us business development stuff and such from our course. And he just wanted a quick update because I had to write him a mail recently and we needed to have a quick talk. So that was that quick talk. And he agreed with me that it didn't make much sense to talk more in depth until after the release of the early access version of MonsterStone. So say like a week after it's been released into early access, because then sales numbers and everything else should be way more clear in terms of what the future for everything is going to be. Whether I need to go back into the social welfare system or apply for funding and how to do that and all that stuff is basically what that conversation is going to be about, because this is currently a program carried out through the job center, so he needs to keep tabs on me and also where I want to go in the future. So that's the TLDR version of what that all was all about. So anyways, so we were doing auto harvesting amount upgrades. And we got that reference down there. Pop, pop, pop. Okie dokie. There's not really much else to it than in here. So this is the auto harvesting. And that's where we need to set auto harvest archetypes amount. With capital A. What does it say? Upgrades the harvested amount of tier 1 wood by 1 per upgrade. So auto harvested. Can you say auto harvest in one word? Would that be... Because that's like a very gamey... Yeah, no. That's a very game sort of type word. These are the resource costs for it. We'll just leave it as pine logs and branches for now until we make... Like, we can do the resource balancing later on, but we need to find an icon. So, obviously, access for manual harvesting. Question is, what do we do for the auto harvesting? Auto dash harvester. Yeah, except it's auto harvested, but I guess it could still be auto dash harvested. Because it's also like having it 2 separate words is a little bit weird, isn't it? Not sure what to do about the icon though. So I've got this acid pack from Rexard a while ago, which I got on Humble Bundle for literally pennies, which had like thousands upon thousands of icons in them. None sorted. Well, they were sorted, but according to the acid packs that they originated from. So there was all kinds of themes like sci-fi, fantasy icons, yada yada. But these textures were called like, oh, the name of the acid pack _ 001, 002, 003, even though like 001 could be an axe and number 3 could be like a helmet or something. So I had to manually sort all that stuff, by the way. That's the only reason why I have like a fucking category for you kitchen utensils. So it's just a matter of looking around and see what I have. But it might be a situation of just taking the axe icon and then making a change to it so that it's like, oh, this is an auto version of it. I wonder if I could use... Oh, actually, I have an idea. All right, yeah, so this is like some of the stuff that's not been sorted because it's an art style that I didn't really care about. So you can see how it's like action RPG armor underscore 001 all the way down to like 101. That's not what I wanted to though. Abilities. Outlined, flat. Is this non-sorted? Oh, fuck. Character icons, items opaque. I just make sure. Because I have all these icons, all these ability icons, and these have not been sorted because how would you sort abilities, you know? Only issue is they're not transparent, right? But what outlined? But as you can see, I've got like fucking tons of just icons. So what I imagine I could do is I could take that axe icon because I have there's a transparent version of all the item icons. And then just put that on top of like an automation symbol or something. Yeah, and these are like sorted by color. I don't remember if these are all... Yeah, these were all like... I can't remember if these were unsorted and I've already gone through and then it like... by color. I think I might have done that. I was using like a bulk renaming tool so that, you know, I didn't have to go in and do that manually because that would have been a nightmare. Yellow, cayenne, blue, black. And if I can't find something down in this that, oh, like this could be cool, like speed upgrade. It's a little bit weird because it's not running speed, but I mean, it would definitely get the message across because we do need a speed upgrade too. Could also be something beyond ability icons, but let's just see what we have. I mean, the chances I might not find anything in here because it's all like magical effects and stuff like that, which, let's be honest, that doesn't quite suit what we're trying to do. And then there's also like the colors, right? Yeah, a lot of green is probably going to be like poison or nature related abilities, right? some that are very similar too. It's interesting. What do we have in purple? Yeah, I mean, that's a cog, but... Yeah, I think I paid like maybe $15, $20 or something for all of these icons, so I think it was a pretty good investment. Does it mean that these icons appear in other games? Sure. Does it matter? Probably not. It's not like they look bad, right? And because it's all by the same studio, if you will, it's all consistent art style. Which was, you know, the most important aspect of buying this asset pack in the first place. Just make Benyo Katsui, right? Okay, there wasn't really much that tickled my fancy in there. Trying to think, because there is also, is it in here? Common treasure, fantasy GUI, fantasy flat skills icons. Nope. Nope. Also like match free asset pack. What even is this? Oh fuck. Don't open up fucking Photoshop, god damn it. Go away. Not what I wanted you to do. Rank icons. RPG class badge. Oh, I think it's... Oh, this is the one I was looking for. The strategy icons. These. Because they're a little bit more like... like they're not as themed as the colored abilities are. So some of these are going to be used for... and are being used for like buildings and such. Yeah. I mean, it's even worse when it tries to open it in the wrong program. I've had like multiple instances of trying to open 3D models using Visual Studio. Yeah, try and figure that one out. Like, just why? Oh, I have an idea. Maybe this might work. So how about, because I'm already using some icons in here for the auto harvesters that are those 5 buttons on the left side. What if we just used those icons as the background in the upgrades and then added the axe for the respective woodcutting tier on top of there? Because then, you know, it would be at least easy to make out that, oh, okay, it's for auto harvesting. Because it's the same icon. There it is. There we go. So where is it? Like you can't just, you know, search for the name. Oh, okay, so it's, oof, okay. Maybe we just do it the other order so it's from top to bottom. Just to make it less confusing, hopefully. There it is. And let's open you with Krita, because do Photoshop. The only reason I even have Photoshop CS6 installed still is because of old legacy files. Because although Krita can open PSDs, it doesn't treat the blending options in the same way as Photoshop does natively. Which means that it doesn't, though you can load the PSDs, it doesn't render them properly. So I was hoping to just completely make the switch to Krita, but doesn't seem like I'll be able to, sadly. Without converting literally all my files, and you know, that's just one step too far. You know, converting all the files would be fucking stupid. Upgrade icons, let's just call it that, not as a PNG. Ain't the net offered everything you ever needed? If you're ever making assets for video games, though, I would highly recommend you to start using Krita. If nothing else, then for the only reason of being able to use this feature. This is insanely useful for making tiling textures. You have no idea. Well, you probably might, but I use this all the time now. This is the main reason why I wanted to switch to Krita. It does take a little getting used to, though. But yeah, just being able to paint across that tiling sort of area is so fucking good. It does also have some other benefits, like last level spoilers. What do you mean? No. What a last level, it's completely void. Or was that the joke? Just wanted to say hi, you're not at home. Alright. Thanks for saying hi, Power Dude. Whoosh. some other features that are, I might as well. I can't help it. I have to show this. So other features that make Krita a little bit different is that there's no, like, you can have directly well, not sea or land, I guess. Yeah, sadly. Sorry. I'm a bit preoccupied. I would like to, but sadly, responsibilities have to come first. So, some of the things I just quickly want to show, which is really cool in this, is that you don't have explicitly like an eraser brush type in this, but instead you can just by the push of a single key, which in my case is the default E button, change it into erase mode. So meaning no matter what kind of brush you're using, if it's a texture brush or whatever, if you press E, then it removes using the same brush pattern. So grown up, I know. Other features are like really cool is stuff like this preserve alpha, because that basically means that you don't need to make any fancy masking or anything like super convoluted. You just press this and then it only paints over what is, you know, has like an alpha value higher than 1 for that layer specifically. So those are parts of the reason. So it's like, this is really good, for instance, when you're doing hand painting stuff, right? Because if you want to do some simple, you know, paint edges or whatever, you can just use that feature and then just gradually paint the edges. Oh, you mean, yeah, okay. Older than me. Funny. This is a private land though, my god. This is not like a public land. Been a while since I've been able to really like go out and do stuff. Well, it's also because it's really bad timing. I should probably add to that. Because October is going to be that turning point for whether or not I make it or break it, essentially. So it's not because it's not a big LAN or something like that. That's not what I was trying to say. Oh, jeez. Okay. Yeah, I did see that someone also like fucking said dips on the couch and everything. That's usually my line. And Peter also couldn't participate, by the way, because he's not even in the country at that point if everything goes to plan anyway. Okay, so far so good. Items transparent, and then that would be tools, X's, no X's, weapons, axes, there we go. Wait. Sword type. This is what we need. So if I insert this as a new layer, then of course it's going to take up the whole thing. job hunting and studying, so yeah. At least 2 new heads this time around. Wait, that also means that you guys are going to have a lot of reoccurring people that haven't been there for a while, right? There's 8 to 9 participants, and if I do a head count, we usually, you know, even with me and Peter included, we were like 6 or something, 6, 7, which means beyond the 5 reoccurring people, 5 to 6 reoccurring people, there's like, okay, I see the math. Okay, yeah, that would make it 8. Hmm. Cool, cool. We'll need a vector layer because I want to do something real quick. This can just be like a grayish color. I don't know. Let's make it a nice horrible green or whatever. So this is 128 by 128. There we go. That's the scale. That's what I was looking for. No, wait. This is more than that. 256. Okay. All right. Talk to you later, Power Dude. Thanks for checking in with me. That is always appreciated. Okay, so this is just like because we want to rescale this. This is a problem. Oh, right. Fuck, how do I do that consistently? I can think of a way to do it. Oh, I also just thought of something. If we do an inner stroke, about 8. Doesn't really change anything. But the reason why I wanted to do this is so that I have that, it's basically like a guide, right? But yeah, it makes, I see the issue now. Because this axe obviously doesn't go all the way to the edges. So I can either scale all the icons down to fit within that green area now, and then just center it to the best of my abilities, or I could do something like this, I guess. Wait. Why is it not filling? Yeah. Oh. I forgot the preserve alpha thing was still enabled. But I should be able to just take... Nope. Okay. Damn it. Because... Nope. Not that either. What if we... Yeah, because as soon as I do the transform, it only takes the last one I selected. What if we put it in a group? That should do the trick, right? Yeah, because now we're scaling the entire group down to its outer bounds. And there we go. Then we can do something like that instead. And then take it out of that temporary group. Of course, this is not really that visible, so the question is how big it needs to be. The other thing I was thinking about is to add a stroke and or glow. That's why I wanted that outer buffer. I kind of figured this would be the case though, because they're like weirdly transparent towards the outer edges, I guess, some of them. I can't just do this without creating some artifacting. Damn. Okay. What about an outer glow just then? I also just realized this is the wrong place. Try and do it with the right one, shall we? Because, like, gotta imagine how small this is gonna be, right? And it's like a, without an outline or something, that little pot just goes and disappears. New layer. I don't just want to add it on top of the whole thing either. Okay. So what do we actually have in terms of these icons? I mean, another thing that could be done is if we add a black layer and just tone down the opacity of the background. But we would probably want to have this icon slightly bigger than... Let's try and duplicate this vector here. Something like this, I guess. So how big is this? 164 by 164. Minus the outer edge, of course. Let's try that. We'll need that group again. Check that in there. Doesn't even matter to me if it's in the background or whatever. Just do it a slightly different color. And scale you down. Well, the question is if I should just scale it to the outer bounds of this box after all, or if I should keep it on the inside. I think I also just noticed something. Yeah, there we go. Just like a fraction of a pixel off, so it's like creating this weird blending effect. Okay. Let's try this again. I made a duplicate of it because then we can just test both approaches. Because like once we have the approach, you know, it's just a matter of rinse and repeating it for every single upgrade. So I'd rather get this right the first time around. Okay, so we have an axe in here now, which is all fine and dandy. But we definitely do need some kind of visual effect. The only question is what it should be. Excellent. Yes, excellent. Definitely what it is. I mean, we could do something like this. Then the only question is if... Yeah, I think the background still... Like the main UI element in the background still needs to be toned out or something. Question is if it should be toned out this much though. I don't know, maybe this works. Okay. I was just thinking for a second there. Because I just considered something. So the auto harvester is going to have what? It's going to have the harvest type amount, which is going to be based off of the tier of resources. So that needs to have 5 variations for woodcutting, 5 variations for mining, herbalism, and so forth. But then the auto harvest speed does not depend on the type of resource. Well, I guess it kind of does, but it doesn't depend on the tier at least. Since that is like a combined speed for the auto harvester itself. So those only will have 5 upgrades. The reason why I'm mentioning this is the question of should all the auto harvester, where do we put those, right? Because that would be like a general upgrade. But then we would have the general auto harvester speed upgrades for every single one of them, which would be 5 different ones. So auto woodcutting, auto mining, auto herbalism, which would be separated from the woodcutting and the mining. Well, I guess that makes sense because that's like, okay, I could do that. Instead of making it tier based, which it wouldn't be, yeah, it would need to have its own category. There would need to be like a possibly at the top, right? One just saying general upgrades. Like so. Just trying to visualize it. And then here, Auto harvesting title. And general. But then we could put those upgrades in there, of course. Auto harvesting upgrades. That's the beauty of, you know, this UI stuff, is that if I decide to change my mind, I can always just move them, right? So if we make like the auto harvesting for wood and I decide to just put it into the general one instead. No, wait, yeah, that wouldn't work because, yeah, you need to have it tier separated. Never mind. Just thinking out loud, I guess. Actually, let's try and find a cogwheel. I'm sure there's a cogwheel somewhere. Tools, possibly. Measuring? No. I mean, you could also put an hourglass or a time watch or something like that in there for the speed. That would work too. Oh, right. I think I know. Isn't there a... No, there's not. Thought there would be like a mechanical category I made. Oh, engineering. There you go. Gears. We have some cogwheels in here if we want to use that. Also some dials. Yeah, I don't know if a gear would be better than like a stopwatch or something. Just try either and see what we get. Then the only question is which gear to use. I kind of like this one. I just don't think it should necessarily be copper colored. But I can just change that. I do like it though because it does have 2 gears in it. Yeah. But I should be able to just do preserve alpha, I think. And then change into a coloring brush. Maybe take like a slight blue hue. Something like that. There you go. Simple recolor. I'm still thinking about what to do about this little situation down here, though. I have an idea. Let's just try it and see what happens. Another vector layer. And let's do one of these. So what if we put something like this in here? Can I get away with just... Yeah, exactly. Could try and change this fill method to a gradient. Do I have a gradient I can use for this? Of course, it shouldn't be green. That's a given. Change that to... Oh, wait. What? I think it's because... That... No. I think it's because it's using the foreground and background colors. Yeah, because those are black and green right now. Where did one change that again? I think that might be part of the gradient setup. Crap. Can't fucking remember where that is. Nothing in there, but it's like changing it back every time I change it. Don't. Might just be because I'm using a preset. And then that preset, yeah, probably just uses the no? What if we do this? Aha. Add a third one, and we need some transparency. Can I not do transparency? Okay. There's no settings to this. Crap. Fill gradients. I guess we'll just make a new one. What do we call this? Upgrade. Fade gradient or something. So there we go, that's what I want. The first are good. And then this vector here is then the effect essentially. So in other words, if I want it, there we go. So now we have the gradient that goes along that way. So if I scale this vector shape now, it should just scale the gradient with it. So I was wondering if we should do something like this, where we take like a triangle that then like separates the icon in question, and then maybe not do the glowing effect. Do I have the original still? I have that one. Hmm. I don't know if that would look stupid though. Don't want to remove too much either, right? Hierarchy is getting a little bit messy. Because I was thinking then we could get rid of the dimming overlay. I don't know. Because that also feels a little bit intrusive. Because the issue is that if I use this triangle shape, and then I have like with these gears that, you know, they're basically positioned in the wrong direction, like inwards. If I want to scale them in to be within the black area, then this icon would need to be smaller than the axe, which then for all the icons that I need to do, then I need to make edge case solutions, and I don't want to do that. Alternatively, try something here. Okay. Oh, it's because I gave it an outline instead of a fill. Figured. Yeah, alternatively, we could also try and go with like a circle and then just add like an outer glow to it that's also black. Do normal. Try and do like a 10% spread. So let's disable that. We only have this. No. Why does it do that? There's a solution to it, of course. Just add like a stroke on the inside, I think. Or does it have to be to the outside? Might be. There we go. There we go. So that gives us like a blurred out circle, and then we can adjust the settings so that it becomes more or less blurred out. Something like this, maybe? Because this is like a circular shape, right? So centered around this guide that we made earlier. Which means if I scale within the bounds of this green area, like we did with that initial axe back then, I think that might work. Don't know if this axe in particular actually is. The right shape. That's the original. Okay, I did have a backup of that. So let's just, we're going to measure, take that, put it in. So make sure that we scale it to this box here. Delete that one. Okay, so we'll go outside of the box a little bit. I think this might be just fine. It's okay that it goes towards the outer edges of the thing, I think. It's just like the main part of it needs to be within this. I have another idea even. That might actually even give a better result now that I think about it. Because right now we're using the transparent version of the icons. And the transparent versions of the icons do not have any, you know, surrounding effects in the background or anything, so the background gets a little bit bland. Which, you know, is all fine and dandy, but let's just for funsies try and take one version of it that has that. Which is basically like, this is the you know, same icon used for the actual wood cutting. And then try and scale this down and see what that looks like. Oh right, I don't even need a fucking... If I use these, that's the other benefit. I wouldn't need to utilize any oops, need to enable this before I do the scaling. But yeah, it would mean that I wouldn't need to do any fancy like extra steps of putting it into groups and such. That would be kind of nice. Could see one problem with this. There we go. Then I can just take this alpha thing here if I put them in the group together. But yeah, of course, it does mean that the circle needs to fill exactly the bounds of the item. Good news is that it doesn't matter if the icon itself would go beyond the bounds because it gets cropped to that circle. Bad news is that Yeah, they would have to match. Which, say, in this case, we take that again. For this to truly fit, we would need to line up with the outer edges, right? Oh wait, does that even... That might not even be the case. Well, I mean, it could be. We would have to tweak the size of this circle so that we are 100% sure that it doesn't, you know, go beyond by even a pixel. Because if it does, then it doesn't work. If we go back in to the outer glow, remove 2 pixels width. Oh, right. I think that is almost there. Let's just try and remove 1 more pixel. Of course, I could also just make it slightly smaller, but I think that does that? No, it still goes beyond. I don't see any pixels coming in and out of existence, so that should do that. That was brilliantly said. That should do the trick. What does this actually look like then? Then we would have like a sub icon in there, basically. Superimposed on top of it. Fuck, that was not right. That was not the right key. There we go. Don't want these. Don't need that, don't need that. This is an empty group. Trying to clean up a little bit. Now, of course, now I can't do the glow around the X itself because this is all one icon, but could technically still add another, like an actual glow effect on top of the sort of feathered blending effect around that circle. The other question is if I want to keep this dimmed or not. But technically don't need to. And I suspect that I would be able to just say outer glow on this group with a white color. Yeah, definitely change the transparency of this. I feel like we're definitely getting somewhere. Oop. That's a bit too much. Yeah, I'm still not quite sold on that idea. What if we try and add an inner glow instead? That essentially also makes it almost look like what do you call it? Like an orb or something like that. Hmm. I don't know. What do you guys think? Could just make it a little bit more subtle, I guess, and then keep it. Okay, let's try this for now. Just trying to figure out how I want to set this up. Because I should already have tiers 2 through 5 as well, in terms of icons already defined here, I think. Yeah, so they're already there. I've just not implemented them yet. So I'm just thinking about how I want to manage these other tiers in these icons. This is essentially a matter of like having it in here too. And then taking that, and it's just a matter of like, oh, tier 1 and tier 2, you know? Yeah, this might work. Definitely better than where we started. Question is, do we also want to add a drop shadow effect? I want it to be super far down. Necessarily. Or being super massive necessarily either. 10 pixels. Maybe let's do 12. Just to sort of separate it from the background image a little bit. Even when the icon is small, it seems different depending on level. Yeah, that's exactly the feel I kind of want it to test. Just add or remove a bit of transparency. Because since we're applying the blending effect to the actual group, then I can just swap out the icons inside that and then export it. That seems to be working all right. Because in game, all these icons are also going to have that border around them, is what we have to remember. That means, you know, if you look at it from this perspective, obviously this is really, really small because our resolution is really small. Come on, wrap. Come on, Unity. Oh, I hate when this happens. You just can't fucking, like, you click it, but you can't drag anything. Why? Why is this happening? I think I know why. Bolt tends to do some really weird stuff when you have that's not even open. Hold on. Why can I not fucking, did I click like a lock button or something? No. There we go. Fucking finally. But obviously when you scale it up into full screen it would be much, much bigger. Still terrible aspect ratio right now, but it is what it is. So, right, this icon too. Oh, hold on. Items opaque, engineering, gears. So there should also be one in here. Okay. So if we add that as a new layer, then we take the recolor on top, then we can just merge them together to preserve the color change we did, but then also preserve the actual default, you know, background colors, which might not even show up, but this is good practice to do it this way, I feel. Because this is a recolor, I'm also keeping the original. All the others I can just like pull out the source images and then if I need to do a rescale, but I mean the whole idea behind all this prep work is not having to do that. Yeah, that should work. Haven't quite figured out a naming convention or where to put these. Boom, boom, boom. Where do I even put these? Guess I could put them in my own UI folder. Call it upgrades. Upgrade icons. And then chug it in there essentially. Export. Let's just export them as numbered items right now. I can always rename them once I know more on how I want to fucking... Oh, right. And they have to be PNGs. Yeah. This is just going to be like our little test case sample for now. And there we go. Hmm. Okay, so here we have the actual image. So this one was for... Right. I need to look this up real quick. It has to be set to Sprite 2D, and I don't know if there's anything else that needs to be set. That's also why I want to do a little test case sample first, and then once I know exactly how everything is going to be working out, then we go full in and just make all the icons in one go. Because I don't want to have to go in here and do these import settings every single time I add one item, when you can just do it in bulk, right? Yeah, so this is pretty small right now, but it's also a bit deceptive, right? Try and do this. So this is how big it would be if it's on a 16 by 9-ish. Like, it would be a little bit bigger because this window isn't exactly, 16 by 9, so... Or full res, rather. Might work out. And of course that upgrade would be under tier 2 anyway, so it's more importantly that you can make out that it's for the auto harvester than what tier it is. So in that sense, this seems to work out just fine. Oh right, not tier 2 auto wood, but wood auto. Otherwise the sorting in here is gonna be fucking crap. And this is also another place where the icon has to be the right thing, because that's what it pulls up when it displays the information in that upgrade window. The only reason that is really annoying is because these scriptable objects and such are in there too, so I guess this is the time when I need to figure out the naming convention so I can find them easier. Oh boy, what do we call those icons now? Hmm. The naming convention here is using underscore, so let's keep that going. So it would be an upgrade icon, which would be auto. It would be harvest amount, maybe? Because then it could be harvest underscore speed, harvest underscore size, or whatever the fuck. But we also need the tier because this is T1. Okay. Should that come before or after the upgrade? Like just T1 or just 1. Oh, it is also not just auto harvest, it's wood. Needs to be specified. So I guess I could just use like a similar naming convention to the scriptable objects. Let's just take that. So that's like all that. So but then keeping that underscore naming convention. And then wood harvest. Don't want the names to be too long either because these are file names, right? A1 upgrade wood. So in the others, it's like actually got the upgrade in there, but towards the end. Okay. I think I should probably keep that consistent. I think it will be fine, and it being different from the manual version is the more important aspect. Yeah, exactly. I think that's also what I said, right? Because then T1 would auto harvest, that's where we would put that in. So basically it would be sorted by tier, then resource type, and then upgrade type, and then finally that it is an actual upgrade, I guess, which, you know, is true for all the icons that's going to be in this folder. So the only reason we should probably keep the upgrade part of this naming convention is to differentiate them from icons that are not for upgrading, but might share the name or something similar. Because then this would just be T2. And then this does not have a tier, so this is just removing the tier. Wood auto harvesting speed upgrade. Yeah, I think that might work. Right, I forgot I deleted the metadata. Oops. I should not have done that. Textures, UI, and then it was upgrades, icons. Because now they're no longer Sprite 2D and UI. Not to mention that the reference is broke. Idle upgrades. Okay, so we'll also need another folder here. Where the heck is that? There it is. Alt general. Not do that. Okay. What? Auto harvesting speed upgrade. And this has the upgrade archetype wood 1. I guess I could make a yeah, I can't remember how that exactly works. I think it's like I analyze this string, and then if it's got a 1 in it, like it first checks for the type, so it's like, oh, it's got wood in it, so it's the wood type, and then it checks if it's got any number between 1 to 5, and then if it's 1, then it's, oh, it's wood tier 1, or wood tier 3, or mineral tier 5, etc. And then we also need to change this, because this is now located in a general folder. That's for saving and loading. And the variable name was auto harvest speed. Let's do that. This is just the in-game name, so wood auto harvesting speed upgrades the speed of the auto wood. I think it's actually called just the wood cutter or something. I don't quite. It's just, I'm just gonna leave it at 1 per upgrade, even though that doesn't mean literally anything, because, you know, it's gonna be measured in like time or something. But I haven't quite figured out the actual way I want to upgrade the speed, so let's just keep it at that. And then this is where we would say, can I just... That is why we wanted that convention, because I figured there wouldn't be a lot of things called something with upgrade. Because that was harvesting speed, oops. Because this is why I wanted that naming convention, so that we could find them this way, just by searching for it. Now we can go in here in the auto harvest and say upgrade again. And if I'm in doubt, I can even see that, oh, this is T1 and it's for the auto one. If not through the icon, then at least through the name. Auto harvest archetype amount. That also seems right. I need to change all these already established upgrades in here. And I should be able to just do this, right? These are all, yep. Select them all and just replace that one field. A little bit faster, isn't it? Yep. Good. Okay. So far, so good. This needs to go into this one. And technically, this one needs to go into tier 2. How is it again? Right, all these are just disabled, so since we're testing the whole fucking UI, let's just enable them all. So, wood cutting upgrades under tier 2. Need to move that down there. That's the only thing in here because they're all based on a prefab. They're all going to be named upgrade element template unless I manually rename them all. I might eventually want to do that. Not sure how I would best do that because that would be another case of coming up with a naming convention that makes sense. Because I could just, you know, take the name of the idle of the upgrade itself, but I'd rather not if I can help it. Okay, well, it's been a while since we've run the game, so let's just see what happens and whether or not I forgot something very important. Actually, I already know a case where I think I might have forgotten something important. Depending on where I copied stuff from. Or duplicated it. Okay, I didn't. It is in the right folder. Okay. Bum bum bum. Can I actually just load the game from my save? I'm trying to remember. Right, we haven't made the logic to actually carry out the upgrades yet. Uh-oh. Oh, okay, that was just wise. That's not an issue. The lag, because this is a pretty far in-depth save. Okay, so that is a mistake already. Yeah, we've got upgrades all the way down to tier 6 or 5, sorry. Yeah, long-term game plan for this, well, game is to implement all 5 tiers. And there's also foraging, which is currently not implemented. Not exactly sure if I'm gonna go foraging or not, because that's gonna be another category of assets I would have to work on. So far I've made the framework for it, but I don't know if I'm gonna implement it fully out. Foraging would be stuff like berries and, you know, basically fruits and vegetables, essentially. Pumpkins, melons, oranges, or anything of that sort. but I don't know if that is going to be necessary or not. Here we have our tier 2 upgrade. It just shows the wrong icon. It also, oh, I know exactly what's wrong. I know exactly what's wrong. It's like we updated the, it's because we updated the flippin' scriptable objects, but we didn't update the references to them. All these are still like the wrong ones. And that's where it pulls the information, everything from the text description to icons and other stuff. Okay, that should do the trick. But yeah, I don't know if I'll be able to completely flesh out the renewed upgrade system before the 12th of September. But if I don't do it on the day, then it's at least should be possible within like a few days of release. It really depends on anything that might happen around that time frame. Because I also want to set up a Discord server specifically for Bended Rules as a company, where everything MonsterStone specific related is also going to take place. Because I want to keep the gameplay streaming community and the, you know, company game development community as two separate entities. Because they are just that, they're two separate things. Yeah, we can upgrade these things. I mean, the levels on them increase. Just, uh-oh. There's some things that doesn't work as it should. Why does it not? Huh. Why does this one not update? Its own cost doesn't get updated. Why would that be? Because it gets to this. Oh, it's because it gets to this point and then it's like harvest archetypes amount is false, so it doesn't get to update the upgrade cost. Let's just for funsies try and do this. There we go. So now it's doing the upgrade, but it's just not applying it. Raise the speed of the auto woodcutter. It's just the forester. Forester, miner, herbalist, fisher, and monster hunter. Let's just change the description to forester real quick. Did notice a slight bug with the loading though. There. Forester. Okay, well, we've got a lot of icons to make for all the auto harvesters. Hmm. Let me just duplicate that out and delete these. That should work just fine, right? Because this is basically like a generic upgrade, right? And basically like this, but then instead of wood, it's gonna be, oh, you know, minerals. What are the other naming conventions? Creature, fish, forage, herb, mineral, wood. So not plural, singular. Okay. Oh, right. I forgot I fucking put the names in here. Auto herb. Or, well, fish auto. Fish auto. Bloop bloop. Should give a better idea with all the different types of background icons, because they do, you know, vary in color and such. Okay, now comes the slightly more what do you call it? Time-consuming task, I guess. Which is guess an icon with dragon. I can't like navigate this one, unfortunately, so it's like, how do I best do this? Yeah, I might as well just ignore the foraging for now. I guess the easiest way would be to just run the game and then just scroll through the upgrade menu. Since I would have to find the icons based on their visual element regardless. Or rather, that's probably the fastest way. Like, I could technically also just look through each and every UI element, but that's just gonna take a lot more going back and forth and opening and expanding all the hierarchies, so that would also just take a really long time to do. Let's just do it this way. Then I can just scroll down to like the third one and then, oh, we want to find this axe. Found it. Oh, shit. This is the transparent version. Weapons. Axes. It's also like, I think it's easier to just find all the axes first and then all the pickaxes next and so forth. Instead of like doing them by tier instead. Like, say, find the axe for tier 4, then the pickaxe for tier 4, because then it's gonna be navigating back and forth between folders. One. Found it. Could technically add them all to a group and then just scale that. Because otherwise I'd have to do this for every single one of them. It's gonna be a little bit more obvious to do it sort of with the next set of oh, whoops, that's not where they go. This is where they go. Sort them by hierarchy. There we go. Export that sucker. You just take that name and we just change it to tier 3 and tier 4 and so forth. That's kind of why I wanted to do this in bulk. Once the icons are done, then I won't have to touch them, and I just need to set them up in Unity. And once they're set up in Unity, then I just have to implement the actual upgrade side of, like, the logic side of the upgrades. Cool. Just set these hierarchies up to also include this. Close down the auto wood. Alright, pickaxes next. Should be under tools though. Should be a bit easier to find because there's not as many options. Still can't remember what I picked though. Okie dokie. So we'll need this one, which is you. Okay, Krita. Krita has a tendency to sometimes just crash on you, which kind of sucks. I haven't found a solution to it yet. The only thing I've been able to find is people saying like, oh yeah, you know, if Krita starts eating up all your memory, then it will just crash if it overflows your available RAM, essentially. And you can see it in Krita, like how much memory you're using down here. Or whatever, as far as I know. But, I mean, saying that, the only cases where I've ever noticed that I literally crash because of memory being an issue is when we're talking really, really large resolution images, you know? or larger resolution images with a lot of layers rather. But I mean, this is a 256 by 256, so so what gives? Why you question? And all I did was wanting to insert an image as a new layer, right? So beats me. That's why you control S a lot. And bum, bum, bum. That one. I mean, from a programming standpoint, you know, it could be something as simple as, hey, it entered like an infinite loop and it's not getting out again, and then it crashes. Could be something as simple as that. We just drag those down there to go on the alpha thingy. And there we go. E1 mineral auto harvesting amount upgrade. Sometimes proper error handling is a dream. Yeah. I mean, if only you could figure out what was causing the crashes, right? But it's like, I've had it happen even if I don't even have Unity or anything else running but Krita. And then maybe like, you know, an image viewer or something like that for references. Okay. That should be the auto mineral harvester done. Sickles. That would be what we're interested in here. Should do a trick. Let's return to Unity. I guess I am also running the game, so... But only the first level. Time consuming, but someone's got to do it. And another one. T1 herb, auto harvesting amount upgrade. Hey, just 2 more categories left to go. Then we at least have the icons. So next up is fishing. Do we have fishing poles in here? Okay. Oh, that's because there's a... Right, there's a whole category for fishing because there's fish, hooks, lures, nets, and fishing poles. Yeah. Because who doesn't like a shitty fucking fishing minigame? I might have a little bit of a bias towards really shitty fishing minigames. Like, I swear, sometimes I just get the feeling that certain game developers just intend to make their fishing minigames obnoxiously annoying. For no other reason than, you know, being annoying. And time consuming. Like, yeah, you know, just wait for this fishing bobber to go up and down until you get a random fish, you know? Like, well, if it's random, then why is skill even involved to begin with? The only game that so far... Well, I've played a few games that have some decent fishing minigames as part of them. Like, they do it in either a way that's fun, or a way that is not obnoxious. One of them is Littlewood, which is basically like... I don't know if I would go so far as saying a lightweight version of, like, sort of variant of Stardew Valley Harvest Moon type experience, because it's kind of its own thing. But in Littlewood, at least, it does have fishing, but it's literally, oh, there's a fish here, you put your fishing bobber out, the fish moves towards the bobber, and then just immediately you can pull it up. as soon as it hits it. It's not like it goes back and forth and then like slowly, and then like the 5th time you can finally pull it out. Yeah, here it's just like, oh, it goes in and then you just pull it immediately, done, and you get the fish. And then depending on where you fish, you get different variants too, and sometimes you can get a lucky pull basically. I want to try and make my game not have those kinds of mechanics as much as possible. Because in contrast, it's like, oh, okay, I've been playing Rune Factory 4 recently a lot, which is another Harvest Moon kind of like experience. And there, it is that whole like, put your fucking lure out, and then you have these 2D sprite fish swim around, and then if they get close enough, they'll be like, oh, maybe I'll go and try and bite onto this, but it takes like 3 to 5 tries or something before you can actually like pull it off. And if you miss the timing of it, which sometimes depending on the fish is very, very narrow, then it fails, right? Which is just even worse, because now you've spent like 10 seconds trying to catch this fish, but you didn't get anything out of it, you know? In Littlewood, another thing that happens eventually is that you upgrade your fishing so that if you catch one fish, then it also catches all the fish in a 1x1 tile radius around it. Just to speed it up once you get into like the later game, right? Including abilities that increase the amount of fish you get per sort of succeeded attempt, if you will. Stuff like that is really nice. A game that I feel has done fishing very in a fun way, which I played not too long ago. I still need to really like complete it, honestly. But it's called Grow, Song of the Evertree. And that's also a little bit like a Harvest Moon-like experience. But in it, fishing is implemented in a way where you have your fish swimming around in a pond like you used to in other games, and you throw your line out, but depending on how close the fish are to you when they bite onto your lure, the faster you can reel them in too, because it's a mini game of actually reeling the fish in towards your character. So if they're in the far end of the pond or whatever and you're trying to get them in, it's going to take longer. So all of a sudden you have the traditional skill that is involved in the fish, you know, biting onto the lure and actually pulling them in, a little bit like Ocarina of Time or something. But in contrast to the other games, you actually get rewarded for doing it better, you know? If you're smart about where you put your lure and everything and position yourself, you can fish faster, essentially. And that, I feel, is a really good way of doing it. I guess another example is like Stardew Valley. They have the whole like, oh, you have like a bar that you have like a, well, so you have a gauge or whatever, and then there you have a bar that goes up and down, which I can't remember exactly how it works, but I think it's like that bar then has your, like, moves up and down, and you have to press or release your button presses or whatever in order to follow that bar's position. And the closer to the center of that bar you are, the faster you fish, I believe it is. Meaning that if you're outside of that threshold for too long, then the fish gets away. There you can also argue, okay, you know, skill involved in actually fishing faster. The only thing I don't like about it is that sometimes that bar moves so erratically that human reaction time is like, it's impossible to keep along with it. That's the only gripe I have with that system. So in those cases, it starts feeling a little bit, you know, cheap, because you can be as good as you want, but your ability to actually keep up with the bar or whatever is impossible, like literally impossible, because depending on fish types and such, it'll just move sporadically and faster. Oh, and I think the bar also scales its size based on the difficulty of the fish too. Or something along the lines of that. I can't remember exactly if all of these mechanics were in Stardew Valley, but I do definitely remember some of these fishing mechanics. And it's weird because it's always the fishing minigames that are just notoriously time consuming in a bad way, like in a not fun way. And I think it's in the inherent nature of what fishing is supposed to be all about, you know? Chilling out and then the anticipation of something maybe biting onto your lure or whatever and then reeling it in, right? That's probably what game devs are trying to capture, but it's just like Rune Factory, for instance, is a game that is very fast-paced for a Harvest Moon-like experience, and heavily focused around stats and resource collection, and leveling up your character and all that stuff. Where all the Harvest Moon-like farming and husbandry and stuff like that is more of a, you know, method of facilitating PvE combat against mobs and running through dungeons and stuff. Crafting items with better stats and getting materials that are higher quality and such. It's a really good franchise, by the way, if you're into those kinds of games. And it's one of those titles where you get a lot of playtime if you're into those experiences too, might I add. Items, opaque, weapons, bows. I think there's under bows, right? And I know there's a slingshot in the bow category, but it's like the only slingshot icon there exists or something. So it's basically like a low-grade bow, right? Huh. Why does that say PNG in capital letters? Oh, I just noticed that there's a couple of them in here that do that. But yeah, I don't know. I mean, padding in general in video games is so fucking tough, dude. Because some games rely heavily on the specific type of gameplay that is very grindy or time consuming by nature, right? And in a lot of those cases, the game itself is a lot more about maybe the journey than the actual destination, or, you know, how you ever want to put it. I mean, like, my game too is in that weird gray area where it's not like there is some skill involved in MonsterStone, but I mean, it's not the skill involved in collecting resources, but rather the skill in being very observant, like exploring and being mindful of your resources, like the resource management part, or being strategic about which levels you want to bookmark and which ones you don't. And because it's like still not a finished game, there isn't, like, there are some overarching, like, larger scale goals that you can aim for at the moment, but I mean, just look at the upgrade system not being fully implemented, right? that whole journey aspect of getting towards the end doesn't really exist as much. Welcome back to the land of the living, Toto. Hope you had a nice nap. But yeah. I think I will probably always be on the fence when it comes to like video game padding. I mean, fuck. You could also argue that monster, that's what we call it. You could also argue that, you know, games with a lot of open world with very little to do in them is also another way of padding out the game, right? I mean, you could even go back to what's still considered for its time a masterpiece, Ocarina of Time, with Hyrule Field. It's a huge, massive area, which, yes, in the larger scope of things, does facilitate things like Poe hunting, like the large Poe side quests, and small grottos here and there that you can find if you had the Rumble Pack or whatever. But I mean, in large, it's more like a huge buffer zone in between all the areas, right? Like selling boosters. Yeah. Yeah, I can relate to that. Still remember Battleforge back when it went free to play, and if you wanted to accumulate enough Battleforge points by, you know, playing free to play in order to get new cards to actually play the core of the game, you needed to grind for fucking an eternity, essentially. Yeah, no thanks. I mean, that's also part of why, you know, even though I'm making this kind of a game, I don't want there to be microtransactions involved anyway. It's not that kind of experience. And at the same time, like, I'm also trying to design the game not to require an auto-clicker, even though there's so many fucking resources involved.
Man, what a bunch of jokers.
Battleforge? Yeah, Toto, Battleforge. It used to be that back in the day. It's like, so you probably remember when we played that, right? A booster was like, what, at best 300 or 400 Battleforge points or something. Well, back in the day when Battleforge went free to play, I think you could earn like, was it 15 or 25 Battleforge points per skirmish map or something, depending on your difficulty that you choose. So if you chose like a higher difficulty map with higher risk and taking like essentially up towards half an hour, you could maybe get, you know, 1 BFP a minute at best. So that means in order to get 8 new cards, you had to play for like how many hours? At best, mind you, in case you didn't fail and shit like that. And that was the only way to get those Battleforge points from my, if memory serves me right too. So like, yeah, not great. Not exactly great. Yeah, let's get all those icons imported. Apply. And it of course needs to re-import it all because now it's a different method. But look at all these icons we have now. Wait a minute. Uh-oh, you didn't. No, man. Really? God damn it. Celebrate soon, I guess. Okay, what is the best way of doing this? So, I guess I can make out that one and that one. And that one. There we go. Okay, this should do the trick. A little bit disappointed it couldn't figure that one out. Cool. What time is it? Yeah, it is getting pretty late. I should probably close off the stream for today so that I'm also able to do it tomorrow. Yeah, let's do that. Pick it up where we left today. This is a pretty good spot to stop too, because the next step would be to implement all the UI buttons so that we have like those as a test case, and then we can implement the actual logic for applying those upgrades where they need to be, all the variables and everything. That's gonna be fun. Oh yeah, I should get going making dinner. Me too. Me too. Me too. But yeah, it's good to be back. It is good to be back. So the plan is to continue doing these streams up towards the 12th of September when the game is going to be released into early access. So again, for one who might be curious, you can always type in !MonsterStone in Twitch chat at least, and then that should give you this link to the store page, or you can just look up MonsterStone on Steam. All right, thanks for dropping by, MyGov, and you too, Toto, and I will talk to you later as well. But yeah, the idea is to continue these development streams up until continue these development streams up until the release, and then I'll see how much stressed out I get, because right now like everything is kind of locked in. I can update the build for the game when the release is like getting closer, but I would rather not, because you know, potential new bugs and such, and then instead release this as like experimental branch stuff moving forward for anyone who's interested in trying it out beforehand. But yeah, since all of that most of all of behind the scenes stuff anyway is taken care of, it means I can now focus on making more game content and features that need to be made. So yeah, that is pretty much just like a little heads up on what to expect moving forward. As far as time schedules go, I don't know exactly how consistent it's going to be. I'll try and keep it consistent to how it used to be, like from 1 p.m. Danish time essentially until like 5:30. No wait, is it 5:30 p.m.? No wait, 17. Fuck it. Basically just regular times as I used to, and that is basically it for today. So hope you found it interesting, or at least it's good to see you guys again, and I will talk to you all on the next one. Until then, have a good one and bye for now.